Good morning. Today is Monday, March 3rd, 2025. This is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power. The committee has convened today to hold hearings as well as executive sessions. Now, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Elward.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So before we begin public hearings, I have a few morning announcements. As I had said, the committee has convened at 9 a.m. for the purpose of public hearings on 5 bills. After the public hearing scheduled for 10:30, the committee will break for lunch, and we may hold executive sessions on pending legislation throughout the day if we have some extra time in between hearings, as has been properly noticed. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 471, establishing a commission to study issues related to growth, traffic, and planning and land use for certain towns. And the chair recognizes Representative Perez to introduce the bill to the committee this morning. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, committee members. I am here actually representing Representative Ron Dunn, as he was unable to make it here today to present this bill to you. Presently, so this bill would establish a commission to study issues related to the growth, traffic, and planning and land use for certain towns. And it's actually taking 10 towns that some are from different planning committees. And the reason, I'll get into a little bit why, but presently, as you all know, presently Rockingham Planning Commission serves 27 towns, Nashua 13 towns, Southern New Hampshire Planning serves 14 towns. Currently, the 9 regional planning commissions, they serve on an advisory only to the local towns, and with the goal of promoting growth, use, and transportation and environmental protection. This commission would examine several things. It would look at the purpose and direction of the 9 planning commissions. It would also perhaps offer an option to reconfigure the communities in the 9 planning commissions so that they would better serve they would better serve each town. And also, do we possibly need to redraw the map for the 9 regional plannings to better serve each town? This bill was requested by a bit ago, by several residents in Londonderry, which I represent, and the town manager at the town, as well as several of the town councilor. It takes towns with similar locations, size, and development to share and to share best practices. So this will be a temporary commission to last only until the goal could be accomplished to offer recommendations to the existing commissions. So I know commissions are not popular right now. But these towns have been selected, it's my understanding, according to Representative Dunn, because they are looking at growth, transportation issues, traffic issues. They're looking at a lot of very similar issues that perhaps the commission that they might be, the planning group that they might be in, they don't all have those problems. So that's basically to bring these together to try to see how we can best accommodate these and perhaps look at how redoing some of the things might serve all the residents and all the communities. I will take questions from you all. I hope I can answer them. I'm hoping that the gentleman behind me may have more information than me. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Perez. Are there questions for Representative Perez? I had a question. So I see in this bill that this is to establish a commission to do a study.
Correct.
And on page 2, Roman numeral 6, the commission will report findings to for legislation. So I'm trying to understand what type of legislation might come out of this commission, as opposed to the whole purpose is to study solutions
Right.
for growth, traffic planning, and land use. So could these purposes be accomplished at the local level through ordinances? And to help me to understand the answer to that question, do you have any idea of what type of legislation might be needed?
I can tell you honestly, I do not. My only thought might be, and I'm all for local representation and local ordinances. Are the commissions, pardon my ignorance on this, but are the planning commissions, are they established via legislation? And if they are, would legislation have to be enacted to perhaps readjust them or reconfigure them? So that's my somewhat uninformed possibility answer.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Germana is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The question I have is to do with the cities that were decided on this.
Okay.
Do we know what group or who decided on these cities? And I can see that there's no like Lebanon or Keene or any of those kind of Western cities, and wanted to know if there's kind of maybe an amendment possibility for that.
Well, I think it's my understanding, and according to Representative Dunn, is that these towns share common locality as far as one of them is the access to southern New Hampshire. Route 93 was one of them. When Ron reached out through commissions, through the planning commissions, these were towns, it's my understanding, that specifically asked to be part of it because of their similarities in location as well as what's going on in the towns as far as their growth. I know Londonderry, we're having mega growth right now, and we have big transportation issues, traffic issues, I should say. So I think these towns felt that they were similar in a lot of the ideas. Now, Merrimack doesn't necessarily access 93, but it does, but it also has Route 3. So I think that was the reasoning.
Representative Frocht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to reiterate my understanding of the purpose of this commission. These 10 towns are currently in different regional planning commissions.
That's my understanding. Some of them.
And they are desirous because of common needs to be in a single regional planning commission. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. That would be up to being the commission. What this commission would do is see if that was an option to redistrict or replan planning commissions in order to accommodate towns better. For example, some of the towns have, like Nashua has, I think, 13 towns. I don't know if small towns is maybe perhaps Brookline is part of the Nashua one. You know, can a commission that's looking at a city of Nashua also directly meet the needs of a town with much fewer people? You're welcome.
Further questions? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. Growth is both residential growth and commercial growth? Because you said
Correct.
there's explosive growth, so I just want to make sure it's both of them is intended.
Yes, both are intended.
Thank you.
Right.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Eric Power. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, committee members. For the record, my name is Eric Power. I'm from Brookline. I also been serving on the Brookline Planning Board since 2021, so I'm going into my 5th year. And I'm speaking in favor of House Bill 471. I think it's a good bill. Having experience on the planning board, I can see the need for this for these towns. These towns are all in and around the Manchester and Nashua areas, south central New Hampshire. And as such, they share a lot of common needs. It's a system here. You got to think of it. I'm a system engineer for my professional background, but it's a system here with all these towns, and they're spanning 3 different regional planning commissions. Brookline and the towns west of Nashua and 2 towns east are in the Regional Planning Commission, Nashua Regional Planning Commission, but you also have Rockingham Regional Planning Commission represented in Southern New Hampshire Regional Planning Commission. So when things happen within the Regional Planning Commission, there's some ability there to work, but when things start spanning across Regional Planning Commissions, that gets a little more difficult. And so whenever we look at a project in our town, one of the things that's on our checklist is we have to go through and do a finding if this is a development of regional impact. And that's an important thing to do. And most of them are not, but occasionally you'll get one. Maybe it's on the edge of town. We also border Massachusetts, so we have that situation as well. But when you have a development of regional impact, you have to work with the other towns if you have that finding. It gets a little bit more challenging when you cross over the boundaries of the regional planning commissions. So I think it makes a lot of sense for them to have this commission because they all share in the 93 and Route 3 corridors. And there's a lot of residential growth. There's a lot of commercial growth. And I think them cooperating in a commission like this makes a lot of sense. They get a common understanding. And I think what would come out of it, and I would recommend maybe in paragraph 6, if you found necessary, I think that it wouldn't just be necessarily proposed legislation. Proposed legislation may help drive the state highway plan if this commission had some findings, because obviously they're dealing a lot with the highways. But you could also, and it might be a reconfiguration of the regional planning commissions if it made sense. Maybe we need a 10th one in New Hampshire, and it takes into account that center part of New Hampshire. That might be something that comes out of it. I'm just saying that as a possibility. But there might also be projects of regional impact that get identified as as part of this commission. That would be something that could be wouldn't have to be legislation, but it would actually set the stage for them to cooperate on plans. Wouldn't necessarily need this legislation to do it, but the commission would have that good. And I think if these 10 towns really want to get together and do this, I think it makes a lot of sense to enable this by a commission. And it also has the piece of having legislators. You know, they're not mandating a state representative to be a member, although they can be, but it's it's a state representative, a town council member, or a select board member, or even a planning board member from each of the towns making up this commission. So I think they've made it flexible to meet the needs of southern New Hampshire. And for these reasons, I would recommend ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 471. And that concludes my testimony, and I'll take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Have you looked at RSA 3646, which does what you're asking to do in this?
I have not looked at 3646. No, I haven't.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I wanted to know, do you think that we could make this bill more broad so that other cities, maybe in different locations, could do this within themselves as well, and we don't have to keep coming back to passing the same thing just for different cities?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I think there's probably other areas of the state that are probably experiencing similar growth, but they're not in this locus here. But, I think about the Upper Valley. I think of Lebanon and Hanover, Enfield, that area. And then maybe they have to consider their neighbors across in Vermont. That might be something that would be worthy if this became a bill that would make this an easier process. Perhaps RSA 3646 allows this in some way. I think that has to be looked at by the committee. But, and maybe even, you look at the Mount Washington Valley up in Conway in that area. I'm thinking of the growth that's happening up there. If you don't plan these things, if the planning boards and the governing bodies don't plan, good things might not happen. But if they do, if you have these sort of cooperations, I think it would make a lot of sense. So I would agree if you can find a mechanism to allow these commissions to happen. You may not get the only thing you wouldn't get is maybe the contribution of the state representatives necessarily, and that's why this proposal is good, but you have to kind of wrestle with that a little bit. I think the intent is good. I think everybody probably agrees about it, but how do we make these happen, and how do they make them easier to happen across the state to have the cooperation we're looking for?
Representative Stavis has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize to my colleagues and to you for being late this morning. Thank you for taking my question. Following up on my colleague Julie Gilman's question, 3646 specifically provides a mechanism for 2 or more towns in the state to create a regional planning commission. So again, I'm going to ask why this is necessary when the mechanism to do what it wants to do already exists in law.
Thank you for the question. I am not familiar with a regional planning commission. I think is formed by legislation. If it's maybe a slightly different term, because there's 9. Every town belongs to one of 9 regional planning commissions, so you can't be in 2 of them at the same time, is my understanding. So maybe it's a different term. Maybe there's a different kind of commission that they could stand up. So if that exists, maybe that would be something that could be recommended as the solution here.
Representative Colby is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. One very strange thing, and it goes back to the makeup and the selection of the towns. Towns that have been left out, but are abutters, if you will, using a planning board term. Dunbarton, for example, is laying in between Goffstown and Hooksett. Plastow, also missing from the list, even though very close to Wyndham and sharing traffic patterns. Is there any concern that these towns will feel strong-armed by larger communities by being left out of the conversation?
Thank you for the question. I don't know the exact way that they developed this list, but I was, when I looked at it, knowing the geography a little bit, I was looking at it and I thought of Dunbarton. My brother used to live in Dunbarton, so I know the town. Also Plastow, that's sort of in the same corridor. So they may want to be asked if they want to be on the list, if the state reps want to maybe be consulted, because I think it is a system. At some point you have to cut it off, but if you look at the what was selected, it might make sense to include at least those 2 examples. You would then have 12 communities. When the commission gets a little too large, it may not be as effective, or it gets a little harder to do things, but you have to balance that with not leaving folks out, I think. I think that's a good suggestion.
Representative Frocht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I notice on the list of members that there's nobody representing the 3 regional planning commissions. Is that an oversight?
Thank you for the question. I was, that was another suggestion I was going to make when I looked at this bill. I was not involved with this bill at all. I just happened to see it and wanted to give my input as a planning board member. That it would make sense for, I would say, the commission to include one person from each of those 3 regional planning commissions. I think that would make a lot of synergy happen. And if they were not voting members, at least they would be consulting members. If you wanted to make them that, I think that would be a good thing to include, is to have them involved, because it does span multiple regional planning commissions. So good suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Power.
Additional questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. I believe the Rockingham Planning Commission and the Southern District Planning Commission do overlap. It was presented to the Exeter Select Board to, do you mind if we do this, sharing the same complexities? So I guess my question is still on Chapter 36 of the RSA's that what you're asking to do is already established.
I don't know if that there's a question there, but I
Sorry,
would
is
say
it already established?
I would not be able to answer that specifically. The Southern New Hampshire, I'm in the National Regional Planning Commission, so I tend to know most of that more than I know the adjacent ones. But the Southern New Hampshire and the Rockingham Regional Planning Commissions would be pieces of this. And if you look at RSA 3646 and you think that that's going to achieve the same goal of what this legislation is, then you could handle it accordingly.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have another card? No. Okay. So that was the last pink card that I have on this bill. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets for House Bill 471.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I had a little delay in
That's,
getting
that's okay. Take your time.
On the remote sign-in, we had 2 in support and 3 opposed. And on the blue sheet, we had 1 in support.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 471.
It's 9:30, and I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 373 local. Representative Powers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 373 local. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. This bill was filed to address deficiencies in the law pertaining to town property found under RSA 4111:11-A, which I recognized during my participation in a committee of conference last legislative session. The problem that I found is there's no practical provision under the current law that allows for the lease of public property for longer than 5 years. Currently, under this statute, there are only two options available. The first is that the statute gives selectmen the blanket authority to rent or lease unused public property for up to 1 year. And the second option that's allowed under statute is that the legislative body can vote to authorize the selectmen to be able to enter into a lease for up to 5 years. And this vote by the legislative body is done at an annual or a special town meeting. Under current RSA, for a lease agreement of town property for a time period longer than 5 years, the legislative body is required to come back and every 5 years to reauthorize that authority for the select board to continue leases. Otherwise, the lease terminates. While this might make sense for a number of cases, it's impractical in other cases. And to explain, I would like to offer two examples demonstrating the lack or the deficiency in the current law. So the most recent example is with regards to the $500 million Hampton Beach Casino Ballroom redevelopment project that was being proposed last year. And so what was going on there is that the town of Hampton wanted to lease or enter into a long-term lease with the abutter of a very short road that was less than 1/10 of a mile in Hampton. And under current law, the legislative body could only authorize the town to lease this, and it was only 435.26 feet of unused road to the developer for only 5 years. So I hope you can understand that this is very impractical and it doesn't make sense, seeing that the cost of the development was millions of dollars. The idea that the lease for this short bit of road that was unused could only be in 5-year increments didn't make sense. So as a result, every 5 years, the legislative body under the current law would, like I said, would need to reauthorize the select board to be able to continue the lease for another 5 years. Again, otherwise the lease would terminate. And the second example occurred in 2018, where the voters in Brookline passed a warrant article to allow the select board to lease parcels of town property that were situated around a pond in town to multiple tenants for a term of 13 years. And so since the lease was 13 years, which is greater than 5 years, the RSA 4111A requires that the voters come back every 5 years in order to be able to give the authority to the select board to be able to continue the leases after that initial warrant article had been approved by the legislative body. So as a result, last year in 2024 at town meeting, we had a warrant article to allow the selectmen to extend those leases for another 5 years, because you can only go 5 years, which was passed by voters. And now in 2029, the voters will see an additional warrant article, again, to allow the selectmen to continue to further extend the lease for an additional 3 years in order to get to the 13 years, which had been approved by the voters. So Additionally, I conducted some research and I have this handout which lists 12 examples of proposed warrant articles for town property leases that exceed 5 years. So I feel that there is a demonstrated need for this change in statute. So the solution is the bill, which addresses the problem by adding a provision that allows for the legislative body, by a vote at an annual or special meeting, to be able to authorize the select board the ability to rent or lease unused town property for more than a year. So to briefly summarize the changes that this bill 373 makes is under section 1, the default authority for the town select board to manage town property remains the same. I just changed the word to be consistent with other parts of statute. And then in section 2, that's a reorganized and new section. So under section 2, the authority to rent or lease town property is provided under 3 options. Lines 11 through 12, under A, if the lease is less than a year, then the select board has the authority to enter into any such lease. In lines 13 through 21, if the lease is greater than a year, then the legislative body shall vote to give the select board the authority to enter into that specific lease. And the vote threshold for approval is a 3/5 majority by ballot. And then under section Roman numeral 3 is the optional provision, which is currently in law, in which the legislative body may vote to give the select board the authority to lease any town property for up to 5 years. That's a blanket authority, and it's optional and enabling. And again, the vote threshold is a 3/5 majority by ballot to adopt, as well as to rescind this 5-year authority. And also, if the legislative body votes to rescind the authority, importantly, any existing leases shall remain valid and in effect. So to conclude, the bill maintains the ability of the select board to lease property for less than a year. It grants the select board the ability to lease a specific property for more than a year, but less than 99 years by a 3/5 majority vote of the legislative body. And 99 years is just, it's a legal, I guess, term or time period that means a longer period of time. And then lastly, the bill preserves the 5-year grant of leasing authority of any town property to the select board, but with a 3/5 majority vote of the legislative body. So for these reasons, I urge the committee to recommend House Bill 373 local ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for the representative? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I'm concerned as to how we went from a statement of ratified by vote of the town to a 3/5 majority required.
So could you reference the line number? All right.
So line number 9 crosses out, shall not be
Yeah.
valid unless ratified by vote of the town.
Correct. Yeah. Okay.
And then we changed that provision to say that now we're putting a threshold on voting. So now the vote has to be a 3/5 majority.
Correct. So the original the original statute has by vote of the town, which implies that it's a simple majority. So I thought that it was important, and so by virtue of statute, like I had outlined, that the select board has the authority to rent or lease unused property for up to a year. So then we have the scenario where the legislative body may grant blanket authority for a time period for up to 5. So we have that, and then in what this bill is trying to address is that gap in between. So due to the fact that it's we're talking about a lease agreement that's greater than 5 years. This is a long-term commitment and authority. So I felt that it was important to have a majority, super majority, a 3/5 rather than just a simple majority. So, because if we're talking about, like, say, for example, the Hampton Road situation, that's serious. So I felt that it warrants a greater support or ratification by the legislative body, because that's, you see what I'm saying?
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, now call Mr. Eric Power. Good morning, Mr. Power.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Eric Power from Brookline, representing myself. I also serve on the Brookline Planning Board. Going into my 5th year, starting in 2021. I'm supporting this bill because I think it's an important bill. I've talked to planning board members from the rest of National Regional Planning Commission at various meetings, come up with this problem we have in Brookline, where we have this Melody Pond Authority, where we have leases of properties. There's approximately 17 properties that are leased, and each year, almost inevitably, one of them comes up with the leases expiring. The intent is to have leases that go about 13 years, and it's almost a perennial at our town meeting that we have to go and vote to, yep, you get another 5 years. And it's almost in every year, we're almost seeing this on our town warrant. And people are asking, why can't we just say we want to go to 13 years and vote on that and let the people have that that certainty of, not having to worry about the lease maybe not getting renewed, because people are building houses on these land leases. And it comes back to the RSA 4111A does not allow that. And that's why there's a purpose of this legislation. And in talking to others, they found that some are trying to do things like lease town land for a mobile wireless tower, like a cell tower. Other ones want to lease town property for solar arrays. And they're limited by able to do this in 5-year renewable increments. And some projects just don't happen because some people that want to lease want the certainty of more than 5 years. If they're going to make an investment in standing up solar panels or going to do something else, they want, and an example that was brought up earlier was about in Hampton, where they wanted to be able to, use the land for development. They didn't want to invest all this money in a development and then have to worry in 5 years it might be rescinded and all that investment goes away. So it makes a lot of sense to give the legislative body of the town a 3/5 ballot vote in order to authorize these. 3/5 makes a lot of sense because we do this on a lot of warrant articles that have multi-year impacts, such as bonds, such as, adopting SB2, such as a tax cap or a budget cap. So it makes sense for something that endures for a long period of time to have that supermajority agreement, because it will impact the town for many years. In the case of a long lease of 99 years, it certainly makes a lot of sense to have the 3/5. So for those reasons, I would recommend the bill to be passed, recommended OTP out of committee. I think it will do a lot of good across the state for those that are trying to lease town property, give them the mechanism and the enabling legislation they need and able to have these longer leases of town property. And I will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Any questions for Mr. Power? Oh. Representative Grund.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. And probably should have asked it to Representative Power, but maybe you can answer this. When, and the part three, it's changing the three-fifths majority for a lease for up to 5 years from just a majority. So if there are current leases that are 5 years and they're coming up for renewal, are you now potentially requiring a 3/5 to pass, and a lease that's happened in the past will no longer pass and become null and void?
Thank you for the question. I'm trying to dissect your question a little bit. So if you've already given authority to the town, you did this enabling legislation, that still stays in effect. And if it doesn't, if you don't have it, then you would have to pass this authority at the 3/5 level. I know that that appears to be a change from current law, but I think it makes a lot of sense when you're giving a blanket authority. I think that requires a little bit higher level of approval. That's my personal opinion. And right now it's a simple majority.
Could I have a quick follow-up?
Follow up, go ahead.
Would it potentially, because there's a grading of 1 year, 5 year, and then over 5 years, would it make sense more to have majority to pass at a 5 year and then the 3/5 to pass if it's greater than 5 years?
Thank you for the question. I think that's a policy decision. I would not be opposed to that if that's something the committee felt was a stronger way to go. I think 3/5, I think most people would agree for more than 5 years makes sense. For the up to 5 years, the blanket authority, I'm kind of on the fence on that. I kind of think it's important. I think it should be a ballot vote instead of a simple card vote, but that's something that the committee to decide. I think that's an area that could be refined.
Representative Colby.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going back also to the 3/5 majority being required. I know we're talking about expenditures in a lot of the examples that you've given. Municipalities are desperate for revenue generating projects to drive down the cost of property taxes at this time. So the concern, I think, to piggyback on Representative Grund is if you are in a revenue generating lease on a cell tower site, on a solar site, and you are generating good revenue through pilots or payment in lieu of taxes, then you have shifted to a 3/5 majority being required outside of your 5 years that you've already signed on. If that were to fail, then that's a huge loss of revenue. And what would be I mean, you've signed a lease with a company for 30 years. You've been authorized to sign that lease for 30 years by the legislative body. Why now go back, I guess, and then require a 3/5 on top of that?
I think I understand your question. So you're talking about a lease that's been renewed at 5-year intervals. If the legislative body has given that blanket authority, you already have the blanket authority. So the 3/5 vote is a one-time vote for any lease for up to 5 years. So that would continue as it would today. The major impact would be those who have not voted to have given this authorization at all to their town for up to 5 years. They would need to get that one-time vote of 3/5. I don't think the 3/5 would be a difficult thing to get, especially if it's going to help the town generate revenue, because that'll help all taxpayers, generally speaking. So I think that would make sense. I think it makes sense for the long-term individual leases. So you got to remember this legislation is talking about three categories. One is up to a year, which the selectmen can do on their own. They don't need the voters. They can go up. They can get a blanket authority for any lease if once the voters give them that authority, they can do that for any lease. They can renew it for up to 5 years. They don't have to re-vote on that. And then the third category is the new category, which is leases over 5 years. You vote on those leases on an individual basis, on a specific basis for that lease. So if you do a 30-year lease, you vote on it for 30 years, and that's a 3/5 vote. Those last two categories are 3/5 votes.
Any other questions? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How did you get the 3/5? Why not 2/3? That's still a supermajority.
Thank you for the question. Seems like the precedent that's been set in municipal and school district law has been for most things to be a 3/5 majority today. We used to have, I think up to about 5 years ago, bonds at a traditional meeting required a 2/3 majority vote, but that got changed to 3/5. 2/3 is a very high standard. I think that that's an unusually high standard for things. There are a few laws out there that I'm aware of that have the 2/3, but even in traditional towns, passing a bond is now at the 3/5 vote. A lot of enabling legislation is either simple majority or 3/5, so it made sense to sort of stay with that 3/5. If the committee felt 2/3 was more plausible, I would not be against that, but I think that is a very high standard to try to pass.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Power, thank you very much. Committee calls Mr. Brody DeShays. Good morning, Mr. DeShays.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Bertie DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are currently opposed to House Bill 337 as written. House Bill 373, sorry. House Bill 373 continues to allow a select board to lease or rent land up to 1 year without voter approval. It also expands the lease or rental duration the legislative body may approve without needing another vote by the legislative body to not exceed 99 years instead of the existing 5 years under RSA 41:11-A. It also changes the threshold for voter approval to a 3/5 supermajority rather than the existing majority to permit the select board to enter into a rental or lease agreements of up to 5 years without getting further approval from the legislative body annually. Our specific contention is with lines 22 through 25 and lines 13 through 14. I'll read briefly lines 22 through 25. Quote, the legislative body may vote by a 3/5 supermajority at an annual or special meeting to grant the select board the authority or rescind such authority previously granted to rent or lease any municipal property under their control for a term of up to 5 years. The way we also read this bill is it would require votes by ballot at traditional town meeting, which hasn't been the standard currently. It would also override the existing votes by legislative bodies in municipalities that have approved leases of up to 5 years, now require a revote to be in accordance with these statutes. There's no language that says the leases prior to this bill being enacted, should it become law, would remain unchanged and not impacted, and that's one of our deepest concerns. This could also raise some concerns with some municipalities or those leasing and renting their land or property that this bill could be construed as retroactive. And so for those reasons, while we appreciate the expansion of the local control to permit municipalities with approval from their legislative bodies to enter into agreements of up to 99 years with still the legislative body's ability to rescind those agreements. The 3/5 supermajority would be a change, and the possibilities of this being construed as retroactive or requiring new votes that would need 3/5 voter approval to enter into lease agreements would be something municipalities would have to deal with and could negatively impact their efficiency and effectiveness in governing locally. And with that, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeShays. Any questions for Mr. DeShays? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Be a kind of inartfully worded question, but the gist is there a state kind of tripwire where 2/3 becomes 3/5? And is there a rationale behind when that happens?
I'm wondering if you could rephrase your question. I think I understand what you're asking, but I want to make sure I ask it correctly. Or sorry, answer it
Most
correctly.
voting is simple majority. In some cases, it's a supermajority. Is there any kind of statewide, not law, but kind of guardrail that says a vote, a matter of this importance requires a supermajority? Are there any categories of decisions that legislative bodies make that require 3/5 decision as opposed to a simple majority? What I'm trying to get at is, what's the rationale for moving a simple majority to a supermajority?
So I can speak to my understanding. I can't speak to the rationale of why legislators have changed the laws previously from majority to supermajorities. But my understanding is that when it's long-term agreements, especially those that involve taking on debt, so like a bond, there's a belief that you need a supermajority of the voters, who tend to be the taxpayers, to agree to take on that, whether it's a 15-year bond or a 30-year bond, because they will be paying off that debt for a long duration of time. So it's tended to be the legislature's prerogative to require the legislative bodies and municipalities to have a 3/5 majority to pass on long-term agreements, especially those where the municipality will be taking on additional debt burden.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Chase.
Thank you.
That was the last pink card. Is there anyone else that would like to testify? Seeing none, we'll report the blue sheet once we have it. Representative Gilman, do you have anything to report?
Yes, sir. The remote testimony, there's 5 in support and 0 opposed, and the blue sheet is blank.
Thank you. I now close the hearing on HB 373 local. I'm now going to open up the hearing on HB 413-413 relative to subdivision regulations on the completion of improvements and the regulations of building permits. We'd like to call Representative Diane Power, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor of House Bill 413, I appreciate the opportunity to present this bill to you for your consideration. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. House Bill 413 was filed upon the request of the prime sponsor of 2024 House Bill 1215. This bill passed the House on consent calendar. Unfortunately, when that bill went to the other chamber, not one but 2 non-germane amendments were amended onto the bill, and the Committee of Conference report failed in the House. In general, this bill provides flexibility to developers, enabling large projects to be undertaken and completed over a number of years with lower risk, thereby providing our state with the much-needed housing that is needed. The bill does this in 3 important ways. First, the bill extends the existing 5-year exemption for subdivision plats an additional 2 years to 7 years for completion. And it also increases the preliminary step to get the project actively and substantially underway from 2 years to 3 years. Secondly, the bill changes the building code and fire code appeals process, limiting the jurisdiction of the local building board of appeals to hearing decisions made under local amendments to those codes. Importantly, this provides relief for appeals by a developer from having to have to first appeal to the local zoning board of adjustment or the board of selectmen when they are acting as the local building code board of appeals for state building code or state fire code disputes. Instead, the developer can directly appeal to the State Building Code Review Board, which will speed up the process overall. Thirdly, the bill provides that approved subdivision plats, site plans, and building permits shall be required to meet all the state building code, fire code, and municipal zoning ordinances in existence and in full effect at the time the development plans were approved. Importantly, the subdivision plat will be exempt from any subsequent changes in the codes or regulations made after the approval for the project. When the approval for the project was granted by the municipality for up to 7 years, so long as that project is actively and substantially underway within the 3-year time period. So why is this important? Well, that provision prevents escalating costs as a result of the developer needing to have to go back and redo work after a project had been approved to certain building codes and regulations that were in place at the time that the project was approved. In order to meet the newly adopted codes and regulations. And again, this is important for large-scale projects because it reduces risk to the developer and it encourages them to be able to take on larger projects that take more time to complete without incurring additional costs, and that impedes getting the housing out that we need to solve the housing crisis. So to explain that, because I think it might, that provision might have been a little bit confusing. So the problem that is occurring is that in some municipalities, they're withholding the certificates of occupancy when the development project takes longer than 5 years after that project had been approved by the planning board. And so the prime sponsor of the previous bill, and I also agree that it's preferable for the subdivision approval to be extended to 7 years under the original terms, which would be under the original fire codes, state building codes, and ordinances, and any other requirements that were in existence when that the development plan was approved. So the bill also corrects an oversight in RSA 673:3 that for some reason it stated that only an elected zoning board could serve as the local building code board of appeals. So I corrected that error in the language of this bill in front of you so that either an elected or an appointed zoning board of adjustment may act as the local building code board of appeals. And finally, I have compiled a side-by-side document comparing, because there's a lot of parts and pieces to this and it looks overwhelming, but when it's laid out, it's simple and it's clear. So in order to communicate that to you, I prepared the side-by-side document comparing the current law, House Bill 413, and you'll see I have it highlighted. Hopefully it's a gray highlight for you. The changes, and that text is in bold, and also comments explaining exactly what the amended language does. To conclude, I urge the committee to recommend House Bill 413 ought to pass to help streamline the building process and to enable developers to be able to build more of the housing that the Granite State needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my bill introduction, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for Representative Power? Representative Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Vice Chair? Representative Power, in your research over the last, say, 10 years, how much of a problem has it been for developers to exceed the current time frame?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So as I explained that this bill, I haven't been a state rep for 10 years, but I can certainly research. So as I explained that this bill was filed at the request of the prime sponsor of a bill last year, which was 1215. So I am, that individual is not a state rep this term. So he asked me to file this bill. And so I guess in his research in filing the bill last year, apparently he saw that there was a need for this. Additionally, this goes along with the governor's plan to streamline building and the development process and to enable developers to be able to build the much needed housing that we need here in the state. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and if you or perhaps the former representative could provide some research to the committee, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking what I think will be a question. I'm wondering why you think an extension is needed, given certain sets of examples that I could give from Lebanon, where development is proceeding apace on many, many different fronts, with literally several hundred units of housing coming online within the 2-year framework. The only two developments in my 8 years on the Lebanon Planning Board that had to be given extensions after extensions, were A, not housing developments, and B, one of them is going into year 16 now. At great peril to the city, at great financial burden to the taxpayers. And I just think that if so many developers can get so much work done in the allotted time under current law, why do you think this is needed now when so many of them are getting it done?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Well, I applaud the developers that are able to get things, to get their projects underway and going and completed. I would say that, as we all know, that the housing, be it houses, apartments, etc., we don't have enough. We don't have enough here in the state. And so what I would say, let me just make this comment. So with regards to changing it from 5 to 7, to be clear, the bill 2015 changed it from 5 to 10. And I thought that was too much. So I dialed it back on with my own discretion to 7. So to further answer your question, my understanding is that there is still today supply chain issues with regards to building, accessing building materials. That is my understanding. That was an issue clearly that manifested during COVID. I am personally not a builder or a developer, but that is my understanding as to why this bill was needed. And I was going to make one more comment. It was one more comment. Oh, the other thing is, again, I'm not a builder or a developer, but based on what my understanding is with regards to our work our workforce. We don't have enough workers to do the work that we need. So I feel that that possibly also factors into this, the need for this bill. So that all being said, if people feel that some of these timelines need to be adjusted, I am open to suggestions and amendments.
Any other questions? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I noticed that we're talking a lot about housing. I don't see specifically, and I don't have extensive planning board experience like some of my colleagues here. I don't see that this is limited to residential subdivisions.
Thank you for the question, Representative. That would be, well, let me see. My understanding is that this would pertain to all types of development, because planning boards in municipalities deal with commercial, residential. So it would be all.
So follow up, if I may.
Follow up.
So then we could potentially be looking at a 10-year project anywhere within a municipality, whether it be commercial or residentially zoned.
It depends on the size and the scope of the development project.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Committee now calls Mr. Eric Power, please. Good morning again, Mr. Power.
Good morning, committee members, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, I'm Eric Power from Brookline, representing myself in favor of this bill and current planning, serving on the planning board since 2021. And I think this is an important bill because I think right now we have some timelines that are pretty aggressive for some developments, especially housing developments. And the what happens is that sometimes if they take too long, they don't complete the development in 5 years, then they've got to go back and get reapproval and show that they're meeting any changes that have happened in our zoning amendments over the past 5 years. And that can be a very expensive process. One of the things that happened recently was the pandemic. We had supply chain, we had workers, we had a lot of shutdowns. So a lot of the subdivision plats that were approved in the 2020, 2021, they languished, and they're running up against the 5-year time clock that's currently in law. When developers take on projects, they aren't looking for delays. They're doing the projects to make money. So they're always trying to make things happen as fast as they can because that's the goal. And so they're not intentionally going to slow down a project. However, there sometimes are circumstances beyond their control, things that come up with maybe surprises during the development, and those have to be dealt with, and that does cause delays. The other thing that you got to consider is sometimes a developer is they look at these timelines and they make a decision. How big a project do I want to take on? I know I have to get it substantially underway in 2 years, and I have to complete it in 5. Wow, I might not want to do as big a project because, there's a big risk there that I'm going to have to be 80% done, and I'm going to have to come back to the planning board and go through this whole approval process again. And they don't want to do that, so they may shy away from the larger projects, which is obviously not something that we want in New Hampshire right now, especially from the housing perspective. So giving them that flexibility of the extra 2 years, to give them 7 years to complete the project and give them 3 years to get substantial development, active and substantial development underway makes a lot of sense. The other thing that we're doing in Brookline is that we are growing like many towns are, and we had a growth management ordinance for a while. And the planning board every year, if you're not sure what a growth management ordinance is, it allows you to limit how many building permits you have a year. we had that in place, and this year we had made a calculation and say, this growth management ordinance is good, but it's a little heavy-handed. It was limiting the number of building permits to about 15 in our town for the whole year. And we said, well, that doesn't make sense. But we didn't want to open up the floodgates completely. So we ended up adopting something that was allowed under land use law. We've proposed it. It's on our ballot next week to adopt phased development, where we can phase things for up to 5 years. And I hope the voters approve it. It's been had positive public hearing, but you can see where this is going. So now we have a phased development that we're going to be probably adopting in our town. And so they're going to have to hit their numbers almost exactly, because we're going to have this 5-year phased development, which is what's allowed under law. And now they only have 5 years to complete it. So the intent is to phase the development because we have some school capacity challenges, and we want to be able to manage that and grow the schools and not be overcrowded, and also for municipal services as well. So by allowing the 7 years, that makes things work a lot better, and it allows us as a planning board to have this phased development work as well. This is something that's happening across the state. Some are doing the phased development, some are not. But I think when you're allowed to do a phased development for 5 years, it makes sense to give 7 years to complete a project, because life happens during these projects. I also think the correction of the zoning board of adjustment, requiring it now to be your building code board of appeals that has to be an elected, doesn't make sense. A lot of towns have an appointed zoning board of adjustment, so they should be able to act in that case. And I also think the changes about the whole appeals process makes a lot of sense. We don't need our local zoning board of adjustment hearing an appeal on a fire marshal code that is set by the state, or state building code set by the state, not locally changed, but set by the state. It makes sense for that to be heard by the state at the state level, and do that more expediently. And that will also speed things up. And so for those reasons, I would recommend passage of HB 413. I hope you recommended OTP out of committee, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Power. How about questions? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it your understanding that a developer has to completely go through the review process of the planning board again to be granted a 2-year extension?
They don't have to go. Thank you for the question. They don't have to go through that. The planning board can do that, but there's always the risk that depending on who's on the planning board and what's going on, they have no guarantees, and this would give them a guarantee.
Follow up, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead, follow up.
But currently under law, that is not a requirement. Full planning board review for a 2-year extension.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Arwood.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Power, for taking my question. On page 3 of the side-by-side, item 8, regarding 155-A:11-B, the amended language, Roman 1, the board shall hear and decide appeals of orders, decisions, or determinations made by the local building official. Shouldn't it say building code official? Building official doesn't tell me what this official does.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. It might be correct, or you might need to have the word code in there. You have to look and see how it's referenced in the RSA, but that would be a minor fix if it needed to be there. We want to have it correct, obviously. So thank you
Correct.
for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Power.
Thank you.
Committee will call Mr. Brody DeShays, please. Good morning again, Mr. DeShays.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are currently opposed to House Bill 413 as it's written. The proposed vesting periods, to my understanding, were negotiated by my predecessor in the New Hampshire Planners Association, agreeing upon a 7-year vesting period with a 3-year extension, the 3-year extension being if granted by the Planning Board. We do want to raise some concerns with page 2, lines 18 through 22. This would essentially bypass the local building code board of appeals, either a zoning board of adjustments or the board of selectmen, for almost every single building code appeal under RSA 674:34. The vast majority of municipalities don't substantively amend their local building codes, so rarely would they ever hear an appeals. Additionally, it can be more practical to the property owner, builder, code enforcement officer, and/or fire chief to attend a building code appeals hearing in their municipality versus going to Concord for a hearing. Limiting to only local appeals on local amendments to the building code cuts out key stakeholders, including the municipality, and doesn't necessarily make the process easier. Arguably, it may slow down the process and could do so substantively for developers, having to wait, I'm unsure how often the state building code appeals board, the state building board meets, but you'd be on their timetable rather than the municipality maybe getting on their horse and trying to schedule something as soon as reasonably possible. Again, we aren't opposed to increasing the vesting period to 7 over 3 years or increasing the extension period from 24 months to 3 years, but making that requirement retroactive to July 1st, 2023 invites unanswerable questions on entitlement to statutory vesting. For example, what if so specifically this is page 2, lines 13 through 14, this retroactive imposing of the change of vesting. And some questions we might ask would be, what if a municipality has already ruled a project lost its vesting and legal case is closed? Does this now allow reopening of the case? There's some ambiguity and uncertainty there. Does this violate the state constitution, which prevents retroactive laws? Could a municipality have standing if this law negatively impacts their residents or the town's government? We do want to flag too that when these vesting periods were previously changed, last done in 2011, SB 144, they made similar changes but did not make them retroactively. So we would kindly ask that the committee at bare minimum consider not making these vesting period changes retroactive. And with that, I thank you for taking my testimony this morning, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeShays. Any questions? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What are some of the costs, whether they be monetary or, other, that are borne by municipalities associated with lengthy development?
Are you talking about
Like traffic or road damages or improvements or other projects? Like, what are some of the costs associated with lengthy development?
if you're talking about long-term phase developments, I mean, there's a lot of cost. Yeah, as I mean, any kind of higher density housing developments that are going to be established in municipality, there's going to be costs to infrastructure, whether it's water and sewer. There's going to be costs to the environment, possibly because of the increase of waste disposal and limiting the amount of land that's been preserved, for natural use. You're going to see, more wear and tear on your roads. You're going to need more plows, possibly more police and fire to meet those needs. Depending on the size of development, you might need to hire more municipal staff and more public safety staff. I mean, all development, because populations increase and because it's the nature of the beast, is going to require more tax money, more revenues, and more of those revenues to be allocated to dealing with higher populations and larger municipalities. I mean, it's like the difference between, I know Enfield's a smaller town, Representative Frack, than Wolfboro, so it's like the difference between what Enfield might need versus if it grew up to the size of Wolfboro versus if Wolfboro became the size of Manchester, right? The amount of resources and the amount of infrastructure you need to support that type of development or those types of municipalities, they vary greatly, and they're very dictated by population, and population is dictated by the housing supply and how much housing you might have, per acre.
Representative Majority.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wrapping up 12 years on the planning board, so hopefully these issues will be behind me in a little bit. But in those 12 years, we've approved a lot of plans that have been contentious, and we weigh the value of abutters' rights very heavily in every case that we have. By extending the period to 7/3 or whatever it might be, do you consider there to be an extended imposition on abutters, which is not being considered in this bill?
I think in some respects, yes. And obviously, over a 7-year period, municipalities can change greatly. And the circumstances or the traffic patterns of that property where the development's planned, it can also change greatly. And so, I think the goal of this bill is to try to balance the needs of developers to have some stability in the process as they're trying to get financing and as they're trying to get their development going, with the needs for municipalities and ultimately those they represent, such as abutters, to be able to require them to go back through the planning process should they go past the 7-year period as proposed. So, I mean, I do hear the concerns, and they're concerns that we share at the Municipal Association.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. DeShays.
Thank you.
That was also the last speaker for HB 413 that I have a card for. Does anyone else want to give testimony concerning that bill? Okay, I don't see any. We need the blue sheet, please. Representative Gilman, could you please report the blue sheet, please?
The remote testimony showed 4 in support and 2 opposed, and the paper blue sheet shows 1 in favor.
Thank you, Representative. Now close the hearing on HB 413.
At this time, I will open the public hearing on House Bill 229 local, repealing the alternative procedure for adoption of zoning ordinances. The chair recognizes Representative Karazinski to introduce the bill to the committee. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Sly Karasunski and representing Cheshire District 10. House Bill 229 local. This bill repeals the authority for non-charter towns, villages, districts, or counties with unincorporated places to adopt zoning ordinances through alternative procedures.
Thank you, Representative. No. Yeah. At this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Eric Power. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Eric Power from Brookline. Representing myself in favor of this bill, also serving on the Brookline Planning Board since 2021. This bill is about looking at the alternative procedure for the adoption of ordinances that was originally in Senate Bill 538 last year, which was voted ITL by the House in a roll call. Then that language was added as an amendment to House Bill 1400, which ultimately became law. What this procedure does, it allows that the town can vote to let the select board be the ones that propose and approve zoning amendments in the town by a simple majority vote at a meeting after a single public hearing. There are many problems created by this law, and House Bill 229 rescinds this procedure for many reasons. First, this new law strips away a key responsibility from local planning boards, that is, proposing zoning amendments. It takes away the zoning proposal authority and responsibility from the planning board and gives it to the select board. And it eliminates one of the main functions of the planning board. It's the planning board that has the knowledge, training, and expertise in crafting and listening to our town's voters to develop zoning amendments in accordance with our master plan. Zoning changes need to be made in a careful, deliberate manner with public input and often multiple public hearings after that input to not create unintended consequences and create conflicts in zoning ordinances. The select board has many other responsibilities and typically lacks the necessary background in zoning and in the time to properly carry out this important responsibility. Number two, it disenfranchises town voters who no longer vote on zoning amendments. If you have this alternative procedure, it's the select board deciding on the zoning amendments. They propose them and they vote on them. The voters do not have a say except for maybe a plea at a public hearing. This takes away a long established process of final approval of zoning amendments on election day on official ballot by voters, and will likely cause voter disenfranchisement and resentment. Number three, it further concentrates power and authority in select boards. Right now, zoning proposal authority resides with the planning board or by citizens petition, while the approval is all the town's voters by official ballot. This new law, 674-18A, gives the select board zoning amendment exclusive proposal and approval authority. And note, this was proposed to help the housing crisis, but that this authority is not limited to residential zoning amendments, but applies to zoning amendments for commercial and industrial zones as well. And if you think about it, in a town with a 5-person select board, 3 members can propose and approve zoning amendments. In towns with just 3 selectmen, you can have 2 members that entirely propose and approve zoning amendments for the entire town. Most would believe this is a undue and unhealthy concentration of zoning power in just a few individuals. And number 4, this law has created numerous conflicts and ambiguities in land use statute. The bill talks about redefining the law redefines the governing body as the legislative body for the purpose of zoning amendments. And it fails to make adjustments in many other areas of land use statute, and I have them in the handout. I'll just highlight a couple of them. In RSA 375.3, it talks about the method of enactment of zoning amendments. There's a statement there saying it'll be amendments are upon the affirmative vote of the ballot of the majority of legal voters. There's a conflict because only the selectmen vote on approving amendments. It's not voted at the town meeting. Paragraph 4 of that RSA talks about, having, if there's a public hearing and there's substantive changes made by the planning board after that hearing, they will hold another hearing. That doesn't apply to the select board. They can do one hearing and they're required to have a second one if changes were made. So that is a problem. RSA 675-4 is about zoning petition warrant articles by citizens. How are those handled if you adopt this legislation? It says that 25 or more voters can petition a zoning ordinance, and that petition amendments can only be voted on at the annual or village district meeting via the official ballot. So what happens there? There's a conflict with the alternative zoning procedure, and that only selectmen can propose amendments, not citizens, and these are not voted on upon a town meeting. And then RSA 675-5 is about zoning ordinance protest petitions when citizens can get together and protest a zoning amendment. That has to be done at the annual meeting 7 days ahead, and it requires a 2/3. This is an example of a 2/3 vote. 2/3 of the members of the legislative body shall vote to rescind or change via a zoning protest petition. Well, with this new law, does that mean that the legislative body, now being the selectmen, is it just 2/3 of the selectmen? And do they do that at the town meeting? Very unclear. So you can see these conflicts in statute if this enabling legislation is adopted would create some legal problems. And lastly, the legislation, so-called enabling legislation, is enabling legislation that can't be rescinded. There's only a provision to adopt this legislation. So once you adopt it, there's no way to rescind it, and I don't think that's a good thing. Enabling legislation in the state has a provision for rescinding once adopted. For example, if you adopt SB2, you can rescind it. If you adopt a local tax cap, you can rescind it. This has no rescind mechanism, so once you vote it in, you've got it forever. That's not a good thing. So for these reasons, I think that this new law needs to be repealed, and I would recommend ought to pass on House Bill 229, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Last year, I was one of a number of people in the House who's a selectman who serves on a planning board, jumping up and down that passing 1400 and 538 with this in it was an absolutely horrible idea. Horrible idea. Even as a member, I don't want the responsibility to do this. And a lot of people feel the same. A lot of my colleagues felt the same way. But the sponsor isn't here to introduce this bill, and we have a longstanding, well, we have a tradition. Well, I don't know what the right word is, but a lot of times we ITL the bill. So here's my question. Do you believe this language could be amended onto another bill so that we could pass it and it would be then valuable?
Well, thank you for the question. If a co-sponsor was here to testify on that, would that fulfill that requirement?
May I respond, Madam Chairwoman?
Yeah, yes, you may.
I thought that would have been great.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. So that's the last pink card that I have for this bill. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, there are 2 in support and 3 opposed. And Madam Chair, the blue sheet is blank.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 229 local.
Okay, I'm going to open up the hearing on HB 372 local, which is relative to lease agreements of equipment for buildings or facility improvements. First speaker is Representative Diane Power. Also, just before we start with Representative Power, we've got quite a few speakers. So please don't try to repeat other things that folks have said. And if we could limit your testimony to 3 minutes, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 372 local. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. This bill is a refiling of 2024 House Bill 1187, which passed the House on the consent calendar with a unanimous committee recommendation of ought to pass with amendment. The bill then passed the other body and unfortunately was vetoed by the governor, and subsequently it failed a veto override in October. I believe it was vetoed due to a misunderstanding of the legislation. This is a simple, straightforward bill that was filed due to the widespread misuse of the statute of lease agreements of equipment, RSA 33:7-E. Under current law, towns and school districts across the state are proposing capital improvement projects funded by extremely high-cost, long-term lease agreements with of equipment with escape clauses. Leasing for these fixture-based capital projects is being used as a financing approach because such proposals currently qualify under RSA 33:7-E, enabling easier approval of the lease by a simple majority vote at an annual meeting. In addition, such leases under the statute are not classified as long-term debt. To qualify under the statute, a lease with an escape clause is required, which typically has an interest rate of 1 to 2% higher than a comparable bond, making it much more expensive than bond financing. The problem addressed by this bill is the closing of a loophole in current law that allows for the lease of items that, once installed, become fixtures, such as building materials like framing, drywall, insulation, flooring, doors, windows, electrical, lighting, HVAC, etc., under a lease agreement with an escape clause. And this presumes that these items, once installed, can be returned. So I would ask you to ask yourself, how can something that's fixed and installed, a fixed and installed piece of equipment and building materials, be returned once it's installed? In my opinion, and the opinion of others, this is a clear misuse of the lease agreements of equipment statute. Moreover, based on my ongoing research and reports from state reps across the state and citizens as well, I have now found 24 examples to date of school districts and towns misusing the lease agreements of equipment statute. And I've provided those examples to you in this handout for your reference. So I'll point out a couple of examples. In 2022, the Brookline School District put forth a warrant article for an 18-year lease agreement with an escape clause totaling $2.5 million for energy conservation equipment, an elevator, security improvements, as well as classroom renovations. And in 2024, the Thornton School District put forward a warrant article for a 20-year lease agreement with an escape clause for a total boiler room replacement costing $4.4 million. The most egregious misuse of this lease agreements of equipment statute was in 2023, in which the Timberlane Regional School District placed an article on the warrant to fund a 20-year lease agreement totaling $25.2 million for facilities repairs and maintenance at multiple schools. It's been estimated that the lease in this particular case will end up costing the taxpayers more than $6 million more in interest payments than if a bond had been used. So again, stop and ask yourself, how is a lease agreement with an escape clause practical in any of these cases? And also, how could you even escape a leased renovation? Taxpayers should not have to pay a premium lease interest rate for a lease with an escape clause that can't be practically exercised. So the solution is House Bill 372, which ends the misuse of this statute, lease agreements of equipment with escape clauses. It closes the loophole that's being inappropriately used to fund major facilities improvements and renovations around the lease of equipment. And it also prevents items or equipment that become fixed items or fixtures to be financed through lease agreements of equipment under this statute. To be clear, House Bill 372 still allows for any lease agreement of equipment to be proposed and adopted, but it does not allow for the lease agreement of equipment that contains items that once installed become fixtures under RSA 33:7-E. So items that are not fixtures, like vehicles and wheeled items, are still supported by this statute under this bill. And I need to address one important thing, and that is to point out that you will hear other people testify and claim that certain types of projects, such as energy improvements and renewables, will be negatively impacted or even prohibited by this bill. And this simply is not true. To be clear, under House Bill 372, these projects, in fact, can still be proposed and financed by a bond or a lease agreement under RSA 32 and 33. This includes energy performance contracts, which fall under RSA 21I:19D. Importantly, because these types of lease agreements will no longer qualify under 33:7E due to containing equipment that become fixtures, these lease agreements now need to be approved by a 3/5 majority vote, and if they're approved, it will be considered long-term debt. After all, these leases are really long-term commitments with no practical or economical means by which to escape and return fixtures. House Bill 372 will encourage school boards and select boards to use the most cost-effective method, financing method, to finance projects on behalf of the taxpayers, which will undoubtedly, in most cases, it's bonds and leases without these expensive escape clauses. So for these reasons, I ask that the committee recommend ought to pass on House Bill 372 local to bring an end to the misuse of lease agreements of equipment statute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Power. Any questions to the representative? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I noticed there's no description for the term fixtures. In many municipalities and school districts, we would lease things like software or network upgrades. We would lease security cameras, security systems. At what point is something, to me, that becomes a fixture of the building? So how are we separating the project?
Thank you for the question, Representative. To be clear, like I said, this is a refiling of a bill from last legislative session, and the bill as introduced was huge. It was very much different, and I worked very closely with the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We went through many reiterations of this bill to arrive at the language that is in front of you. And my understanding, so obviously I work very closely with the financial person at NHMA as well as the municipal attorney to distill the language to what we have. And my understanding is that fixture is a well-defined term legally. So to expound on that, a fixture is something that once installed is permanent and becomes part of the building, the plant. Items that are equipment is something that is a standalone, if you will. Like this statute 33.7E, lease agreements of equipment, the purpose of the legislative intent of that statute is for leases with escape clauses for items that are returned, that can be returned. For example, like a fire truck, an ambulance, a piece of heavy equipment, maybe a copier, or even possibly a generator that sits outside on a pad. Those are things that can easily be returned. And as I described in my bill introduction, and if you refer to this handout, you'll see descriptions of projects that are being proposed that go well beyond the definition of equipment. As I said, we're talking about flooring, drywall, windows, etc. An elevator. You're going to rip out the elevator and return it? That just doesn't make sense. So I hope that helps to clarify your question.
Representative Colby?
Just a quick follow-up. So if I have a police department that leases their cameras and their security equipment and maybe the servers that go along with those, I've built a special room for that server. I have done special wiring and electrical that may or may not be a part of the lease agreement. Do I have to separate those two items now if this legislation were to pass? Would I have to, in other words, pay a separate electrician and hire separate entities and then have the equipment installed by the company that was leasing to me?
That would be correct, because I hope that people can understand that this statute is being abused. So to go back to my example of a generator, that's a piece of equipment. And the statute as written, you could roll in the cabling, maybe the concrete for the pad. I mean, that's fine, but we're talking about multi-million-dollar projects that are being funded through this statute, and that's gone way beyond, as I said, that the statute, the legislative intent of the statute is being misused, and it's incumbent upon the legislature to recognize that and to address that on behalf of the taxpayers.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Natasha Shaw. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you, Madam Chair and the honorable members of this committee. My name is Natasha Shaw, and I'm opposing this House Bill 372 on behalf of the National Association of Energy Service Companies. We're also called NASCO. So NASCO is a leading trade association for our industry, energy services industry, and our concerted efforts have been dedicated to the advocacy, promotion for energy savings performance contracts. Our industry has successfully executed over $7 billion annually. So I'm a little bit surprised by the comments by the sponsor. We've been doing these projects nationally through lease agreements. It's a very well-respected program. There was some comments made about misuse and escape clauses. I just want to be clear that the common law in New Hampshire overwrites the needs for the escape clause. The bill significantly restricts our customers, counties, cities, schools from implementing infrastructure and building improvements through these tax exempt lease agreements. And this financing vehicle does not require any taxpayer dollars. This bill is frankly catastrophic and terrible for our local related businesses and unworkable for many of our communities. The true intended consequence of this bill is that it prevents local government from addressing deferred maintenance and critical capital infrastructure needs through lease agreements, resulting in the need to then spend money on costly new construction. Lease agreements are one tool in the toolbox for municipalities, and this legislation would further limit local government's ability to properly maintain and sustain their infrastructure. Similar legislation, as mentioned by the sponsor, was filed last year and was ultimately vetoed by Governor Sununu. In his veto message, he stated, "The offered legislation would, without exception, undercut municipalities' opportunity to explore such agreements in search of advantageous timing and financing terms." Municipalities have ever-evolving needs, from school boilers to energy efficiency projects, that must be secured more frequently than bonding opportunities permit. These decisions must still go through multiple layers of approval, offering the opportunity for public input, and as such, this bill would unnecessarily tie the hands of our local communities. I want to point out that we have Karen Rantamaki. She's with the state of New Hampshire. The state also does a tremendous amount of these kind of projects. And if you guys would like, as an expert or subject matter expert, for her to answer any questions, I want to point out she's in the audience. And she represents, her official title is, hang on one second. Director of State of New Hampshire, Department of Administrative Services, Division of Plant and Property. So I just want to point that out. She's here to answer any questions. So for those reasons, we strongly urge you to recommend ITL on House Bill 372. I'm welcome to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Representative Gerard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Shaw, for taking my question. I know you're talking about the leases have been very helpful to communities. My question for you is, based upon you're saying that bonds may not be able to be used, your leases are not being done at zero interest, I'm presuming, over that 20 years.
No, they're not done at zero interest over the 20 years. And yes, there is interest rates, based on what the market dictates that are used for these projects. But the reality is that if there is an opportunity for us to use energy savings to fund these improvements, the goal is to make these local communities whole. So if they're paying $100 a month on utilities and we bring it down to 90, they're using that $10 difference to pay for the principal and interest of that project over that 20-year term. So our goal is not for them to pay anything out of pocket. The goal is to reduce enough energy savings so that they can then use that money towards that infrastructure improvement. Does that make sense, sir?
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
The committee will now call Mr. Eric Power, please.
Thank you, committee members. Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Eric Power, resident of Brookline, also serve on the Brookline Planning Board since 2021, speaking in favor of this bill. This bill is really needed because I think taxpayers are getting way overpaying for projects in New Hampshire, especially school districts, but also some towns. When you do these lease agreements with escape clauses, they were really meant to be done for vehicles and wheeled vehicles and such, like a fire truck, like a DPW vehicle, like a police cruiser. And that's being done frequently and being done again this year, every year, because the vehicle can be easily returned. The vehicle can be returned without penalty, and that's why you have the escape clause. But when you have these lease agreements that are being used to fund renovations and energy contracts, it's not the proper mechanism. It's very expensive. Just this year, our Hollis Brookline Co-op School District looked at doing a $5.3 million lease with escape clause for some boilers and energy saving equipment. And we pressed them and said, why are you doing this? Can't you do a bond? And they actually relented after we got after them, and they finally changed their mind. And we found that a bond rate was 3.84%, and a lease for that same project was 5.45%. So it was over 1.6% higher. And then we had them calculate, the budget committee calculated that just the interest only difference was $1.4 million for the lease. So why should the taxpayers pay $1.4 million for a lease agreement with an escape clause, which you can't escape? We're not going to pull out the boilers. We're not going to pull out the LED lighting. It doesn't make any sense. You know, it's well known in law that a fixture is an asset that's installed or otherwise fixed into a building or land so that it becomes part of the building. And that's the normal legal definition for it. The other thing that this bill does, this is a narrow exemption case for lease agreements of equipment. If you don't fall under this, then you fall under RSA 32.7 and RSA 33. So this in no way prevents lease agreements. Lease agreements can still be done. Lease agreements are still possible. This is a special case of a lease agreement that is a carve out. But if lease agreements are still wanted, they can still be done. And they can compete with bonds. The main reason that lease agreements are being used in this case is that it gives two advantages, which are really at a very high taxpayer expense. Number one, it's not considered long-term debt. But number two, these lease agreements are being passed at a simple majority vote. And it's not even a ballot vote in a traditional meeting. It's just a card vote. So you're spending millions of dollars on a simple majority for these lease agreements that are 10, 15, or 20 years long. And taxpayers are way overpaying for a project for these leases. Leases are still possible. This does not stop leases. Leases can still happen. So if you have an energy performance contract, it will likely need a 3/5 majority. It will still happen. It will not pass with a simple majority. That's the only real difference here. And I think that taxpayers should not have to pay more for the benefit of having a simple majority to pass it. It makes no sense. So I think that's the big rub here. And, you know, I think that this law will close the loophole and that lease agreements will compete with bonds and other mechanisms on the same footing and not having this advantage of the simple majority to pass them into law. So for those reasons, and to stop the abuse of taxpayers across the state, I hope that you recommend ought to pass on House Bill 372. And I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Any questions? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there a difference in a credit rating of a community or a school district when a bond is utilized versus a lease? Is there?
The credit rating is based on the history of and the amount of debt that the school district or the town takes on. So it's a function of that. If you do the lease agreement that qualifies under this clause, it is not considered long-term debt because it follows those stages. But if you do it outside of this clause, it is considered long-term debt because the statement that it's not long-term debt is part of RSA 33.7E.
Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If a community in an energy savings environment decided they wanted to replace the windows, for example, in a school, and they later decided they wanted to return those windows, how do you do that?
That's a very good question, Representative Dolan. Thank you for the question. Can you return a window that's been installed? Of course you can. Is it practical? And what are you going to replace it with? That's the whole capricious argument here is when something becomes a fixture, can it be returned? Maybe, but it's at great expense. It's not practical from an economic perspective. And so you really no one's going to want to vote to stop a lease when the cost to get out of the lease is going to be more than you're paying. Because in the case of a boiler, you can't take the boiler out and not replace it. You can't take a window out and not replace it. Same thing with insulation. It's just the wrong mechanism to use a lease agreement for fixtures. And that's the point of this law, is to avoid that problem so that school districts, if they have energy performance and if they want to lease some equipment, as a question that was earlier, they can lease the equipment if it's easily returnable, doesn't become a fixture. But the things they're doing to support that equipment to make it that become fixtures, that should be done throughout an operating budget or a separate warrant article as a one-time expenditure, because you're not going to ever escape that. That's a sunk cost. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for coming in, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, the committee would like to ask Mr. Tom DeRosa to come up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's okay, Mr. Mike Davey here has filled out a pink card as well. We're both on behalf of EEI, so I thought it'd be all right if we came up together.
Of
when we
course,
have some
thank you.
time. So for the record, my name is Tom DeRosa, Principal at Main Street Strategic, represent Energy Efficient Investments, company out of Merrimack.
Mike Davey, I'm an owner of Energy Efficient Investments. I live in Manchester, and we employ 72 employees, headquartered in Merrimack.
So we are here today in opposition to this bill. As the prime sponsor mentioned, yes, it was a refile from last year. We caught it when it crossed over to the other body and have some significant issues with it that remain at this point. One of the biggest concerns I would say that we have with the bill is some of this has been brought up a little bit here, but you're taking away a widget from the free market, right? Municipalities have the opportunity to bond or lease these projects. And if you remove the ability to lease, then you're now forcing municipalities into bonding, and there will be opportunities when bonds are better. There will be opportunities when leases are better. But at the end of the day, if you remove one of those options, that cost is shifted down to the taxpayer. And that is certainly something that we all know is property taxes are an issue in the state, right? And we all thank you all for the work that you've done to help bring property tax relief over the past few sessions to homeowners. But we see this as something that would certainly kind of shift that cost down. We also had a couple of legal opinions that were done last year regarding some of this. So if it's all right, I'll just quickly read some things that a couple of attorneys have put together for us. One thing on common law, right? So common law defines what a fixture is, that establishes a fixture, but it does not dictate the procedure for municipal leases in the event of a non-appropriation of funds. That procedure is dictated by the specific language of the municipal lease agreement. And depending on that language, the control and lease agreement, the lessor may have the option, but not the obligation to remove the collateral in the event of non-payment, although removal of the collateral may be the only remedy available. But ultimately, lessors, not the municipalities, bear the risk that the funds will not be appropriated for continued payment under the lease. And then we see this as just a cost-effective way for state and local governments to finance needed improvements to these buildings. And with those energy savings that Ms. Shaw mentioned that are realized, they can help to offset some of that financing costs. The other piece to think about is if we take away this option and there's only bonding available, and municipalities and towns do not want to use their bonding capacity for these projects, and we cannot maintain our buildings, we would be looking at decades down the line, or maybe sooner for some communities, where we're now having to rebuild and put new buildings in place of these buildings that we're not effectively maintaining. So for those reasons, we oppose the bill, but I'll let Mr. Davies speak to some of the projects and works that he's done around this as well.
Yeah, thank you. And a lot of the questions that we're debating here are the debates that usually happen in local budget committees, school boards, and select boards. And so you might ask, if the interest rate could be higher than what the New Hampshire Bond Bank might offer, why might a municipality decide to do a lease? Well, there's many advantages to a lease, and we've had generally our more conservative towns choose the leasing option. So, for example, Lisbon, Jaffrey Ringe, Woodsville considered leasing their boiler for the middle school, and Candia Budget Committee unanimously decided to go with a lease rather than a bond. The reason being, you can pay it off early. So generally, your debt you carry with you. If you do a 20-year bond, you need to carry it. Leasing allows you to negotiate early payments. We recently had a district that wanted to make extra payments in years that they have a surplus. So under that scenario where maybe the interest rate is a bit higher in 20 years, you might pay a bit more in interest. A lot of those school districts and towns decide to make extra payments from increased savings and efficiency and pay these leases off earlier. In the other thing is we have declining enrollment in many rural parts of the state for schools. And what the escape clause allows you to do is if you were to ever close a school because you're going to redistrict the students, it's much easier. And in New Mexico, there were many districts that had used the lease option, and then they were able to sell the building. The lease went with the sale, where bonds typically you have to carry for the entire 20-year debt. So for that reason, when the city of Franklin acquired, they had a school close. The city acquired the Rowell School, turned it into a community center, and they did a lease purchase agreement in a very conservative town. They thought that was the best option for them to retrofit that building, and they turned it into a senior center. They also, that same body, used a lease format in Franklin to upgrade the City Hall boiler. They wanted to preserve their bonding capacity for other capital projects and wanted to use a lease with energy savings to pay for it. Similarly, the City of Nashua, we just completed a $7 million tax-neutral energy lease to North and South High School. They needed their bonding capacity for projects that were planned for renovating the middle school and doing an addition. Manchester also has a huge amount of its capital tied up in a major water sewer separation project, and also the school Beach Street School project. So Manchester is looking at leasing to do the boiler upgrades. The city of Portsmouth did a major wastewater project. They're also, so that tied up their bonding capacity. And so leases is the way to upgrade your boilers, upgrade your HVAC system with the lowest tax impact. And unlike a bond, it can be paid off early, and you can negotiate flexible payments.
Okay, any questions for the gentleman?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Mr. Brendan Flaherty, please. Good morning, Mr. Flaherty.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Brendan Flaherty. I'm with the DuPont Group, and I'm here today on behalf of Ceres, who's a nonprofit advocacy organization with a lot of businesses here in New Hampshire. And I'm here today to speak in opposition to House Bill 372. And our opposition kind of broadly falls into two categories real quickly. Government efficiency and control and infrastructure development and investment. And I think, as Mr. DeRosa's testimony pointed out, HB 372 undermines local control and flexibility. It imposes kind of an unnecessary state-level restriction with that 3/5 majority vote to enter into lease agreements. And that in turn makes government less efficient. It prevents municipalities and schools from implementing those important capital improvements and addressing delayed maintenance of critical infrastructure. And Ceres sees that as an unnecessary prohibition. The second part of our opposition around infrastructure and energy efficiency investments We also view this bill as a hindrance to developing that infrastructure, and we would recommend ITL to ensure that municipal governments have the options they need to finance critical infrastructure investments. And finally, on the energy efficiency side, Ceres is supportive of energy efficiency and projects wherever they can get them. So again, 372 is a hindrance on those efforts as well at the municipal level. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in,
Thank you.
sir. Next speaker, Lori Lane, please. Morning, Ms. Lane.
Is it, it's when it's red? Awesome. I haven't done this for a while. Thank you. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Lori Lane, and I am the Superintendent of Schools for the Pittsfield School District. And I'm here today to ask you to oppose HB 372. This bill seeks to amend RSA 33:7-E, which currently allows a governing body, such as a local school board, the authority to enter into lease agreements as a funding source for various types of equipment, including equipment purchased as part of buildings and facilities improvements and renovations. The proposed bill seeks to change the RSA by preventing school boards and municipalities from being able to finance the purchase of equipment that becomes a fixture, and that's in quotes because that's one of the changes in the legislation, in a building with any kind of lease agreements, including energy efficiency focused performance lease agreements. I'm asking you to oppose this bill because it's unclear to me why the legislature wants to limit the option for school boards and communities on how they choose to fund capital improvements to their schools. Performance lease agreements allow school districts another option besides raising taxes and taking out long-term bonds to fund projects to keep their school buildings safe for learning and working. In a state that prides itself on local control and local decision-making, I find it puzzling that the legislature would want to limit a local community's ability to make its own funding decisions. Entering into a performance lease agreement to pay for necessary HVAC equipment, boiler plant replacements, and lighting equipment upgrades will result in increased energy efficiency, while at the same time allow school districts to save tens of thousands of dollars in operating costs each year. Depending on the scope of the capital improvement project, performance lease agreements can make these projects cost neutral for school districts. For example, when I worked in the Somersworth School District, the school board approved entering into two different cost-neutral performance leases, one for a school-wide HVAC system and the other for a district-wide lighting retrofit project. The performance lease annual payments for these projects were entirely offset by the energy savings the district experienced. There were no new taxes raised to pay for either of these projects. In closing, school boards and communities have many challenges as they look for ways to manage the rising costs of aging and energy inefficient buildings. Losing the performance lease option would significantly hamper school districts' ability to address aging infrastructure and inefficiencies in a cost-effective way. And with that in mind, I ask you to oppose HB 372, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Questions? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you for taking my question. And not sure how long you've been a educator, but we greatly appreciate
I
you.
have gray hair. A long time. 35 years, ma'am.
Wow. All right, then maybe you can answer this question. What does it look like when, and it was touched on a little bit, but what does it look like when a bond is taken out for a project? You might be 10 years into a 20-year bond. and that school is closed, what happens to the other 10 years of bond payments?
So a bond versus the lease.
Correct.
So my understanding is the bond, the debt remains. So the districts need to figure out how they're going to continue to pay for that. So, and whether it's closing a school, or in a partnership with another school district. So when I was in Somersworth, Rollinsford also was a part of that SAU at one time. And so there was discussion about whether or not Rollinsford would also be assuming some of the debt when they remove their students from the school. So they have to continue to do that. Whereas, like, as you've heard in other testimony, you can pay those leases off early, which is an attractive option. I mean, I just hope we don't limit what we try to do. We try to be very creative in what we do and how we fund projects. And unfortunately, our buildings are getting older, and whether they, get repurposed for other things, or they end up, serving, school students in a different capacity. I just feel it's important for us to be able to be as creative as possible and not have our opportunities limited. I think it's important for us to be very transparent about what we're doing. And some of the comments I've heard that it kind of sounds like that's not been the case. That's not the case. I feel like my colleagues and I do an excellent job of trying to make sure that voters and the school boards are very aware of what we're asking for.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, for coming in. Whoops, I'm sorry. Oh, Representative Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Leasing small dollar items baffles me. And I'm from Rochester. In Rochester, when we have a budget,
I live in Rochester,
yeah,
so.
we have a capital side, the
Sure.
bonding side, and we have a cash side.
Mhm.
Small items like this, we would put a cash reserve on it and pay it off. We wouldn't want to pay any interest rates as whatever. So we don't do small leasing on building fixtures or anything like that. We use cash items. We have two pots of money now. As administrator, doesn't your district do that sort of thing? Have a cash side and a bonding side?
Well, you have different options to fund. So one of the projects that we did in Somersworth was we had all these old, so think about old hotels, these unit ventilators, and they were incredibly inefficient. This project was about $1 million. We took all of those out and put in a ducted system. This was in 2019. And so we didn't have a capital improvement, like a reserve fund. There was nothing. We leveraged funds from school building aid, and we got some from the city. We asked for funds to help support the project. But there wasn't another option. And we were like, how could we possibly do this? And so in working with, EEI was the company we worked with as part of one of the subcontractors with this project, that we were able to say, we're going to save this amount of money in energy savings. So we reduced the amount of energy costs for the school by like $26,000. And that money went to paying for the lease. So that's the cost neutral part. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but that's how it worked. And so, I think schools have a responsibility to look at all different options. And, whether you can go to the city and ask for support, whether it's through the legislature, whether it's, with and the Department of Education to get funds for, school building aid. I mean, I think there's a lot of different things. But, for some communities, $1 million, $1.5 million, I think it was, that HVAC project was a lot of money. And so this was how we chose to make to fund that project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for coming in, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Dean Angelides, I apologize, sir.
I'd like to thank the members of the committee for having us speak today. I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 372. I work for Johnson Controls. I am the account executive that does energy performance contracting through all of New England. To make that short, that's Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Some things I just want to point out that I've heard throughout this meeting. We're hearing about bonds. We're hearing about tax-exempt lease purchases. And what I've heard is that apparently the tax-exempt lease purchase has a higher cost. If we look at the definition of an energy performance contract, the energy performance contract is set up so that the energy savings that are guaranteed by the ESCO, the energy services company, are there to completely offset all costs for the project. And that's the way we build our projects, and we do it in a manner with all of our customers that is 100% transparent, even down to markups and things of that nature, so that our customers understand how the costs are allocated and how that tax lease purchase is set up so that the energy savings are guaranteed to offset that debt. So whether you go to a bond, and to me, a bond automatically means a tax implication, or whether you go to a tax-exempt lease purchase, to me is it's a fiscal decision made by a committee at a school or a municipality to say, I want to put all my debt here and have it completely offset by energy savings, or if I'm going to use a bond to pay this off, I'm going to be going back to my taxpayers at some point for possibly an increase in their taxes. That's something that we've always fought to avoid in building these projects. They take a great deal of time to put together, and there's a great deal of information that's shared between the energy services company and the customers, so that when you get down to final presentations and final decision-making processes, that everything is above board. And I think I've said this a million times to my customers. If I can prove it to you on paper, if I can show you the cash flow and show you where the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and guarantee that these savings will offset your debt obligation, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to move forward with this type of arrangement? I have a school system in New England where we have done 3 phases of energy performance work over the last 10 years. In 10 years, we've reduced their total energy spend to date by half, measured and verifiable, which equates to, I believe, just a little over $5 million in the last 10 years. That's a pretty significant sum of money in a small town in New England. I could say that to move forward with this type of legislation is going to restrict the ability of energy services companies like my colleagues and I sitting here today to come out and prove that, in each instance, we are trying to do the best that we can to help municipalities, small municipalities, medium municipalities, large municipalities make the most of every budgetary dollar that they have. I don't look to go to my customers and seek capital funding for their projects. What I do is I go to my customers and say, what can I do to get you the things that you need and fit it all into something that is cost contained and does not impact the tax implications for your constituents. For those reasons, I would hope that this august body would vote against HB 372.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Seeing none, thanks for coming in, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Sam Evans Brown. Close.
Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sam Evans Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. One of the benefits of going last is I don't have a great deal to add in addition to what the folks who are real experts in this have already stated. I would just say Clean Energy New Hampshire as an organization represents many of the energy service companies that are here before you as members of our business membership, but also closing in. I was actually looking at the little blurb on the back of our testimony, which needs updating. We're closing in on 50 municipalities in the state of New Hampshire that we provide technical assistance in pursuing clean energy projects in their own towns. And so we serve as sort of a vendor neutral, nonpartisan actor in this space. And I would just say there are a great number of communities that are using these energy services contracting lease arrangements to save money for their taxpayers. And just in very simple terms, I think that the passage of this bill is going to result in higher expenses for New Hampshire residents. So I see it as a problem in search of a solution in search of a problem, which I think is exactly why the governor vetoed this last year. Just for a bit of legislative history, I think the reason that it got over to the Senate with a unanimous recommendation is that most of us just didn't notice it. We missed it last year and sort of swung into action once we saw this bill and realized what it meant, which is why you're seeing such an array of folks coming out to oppose it today. So with that said, I will let my written testimony speak for itself. If folks have questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, but I would urge you to recommend this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for coming in, sir. Okay, that was the last pink card. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to testify for or against the bill? You're seeing none? When you're ready, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the remote sign-in, we had 3 in support of this bill and 29 in opposition. And on the paper blue sheet, we had 4 in opposition and 1 didn't indicate.
Thank you, Representative. I will now close the hearing on HB 372 local.
So with that concludes our publicly noticed hearings for today. And before we go to lunch, no, I don't have lunchtime announcements. So we're going to take lunch and then we will reconvene for executive sessions at 1 o'clock. Thank you. move into executive sessions, and I do apologize for the slightly delayed start, but the Republicans decided to caucus on a bill. So we have a lot of amendments floating around, and after lunch, you probably, when you came back, probably saw an explosion of paper at your desk areas. So I will go slowly through the executive session in order to allow enough time for the committee members to sort themselves out on each bill. So at this time, I will open the executive session on House Bill 569 relative to the establishment of county-wide communication districts. At this time, I would like to offer Amendment 20250561H to House Bill 569. So this amendment addresses feedback that we heard during the hearing, and I worked with the prime sponsor on this amendment. And the first thing that it does is it added in governing bodies of municipalities into that. May include themselves in this planning committee, and also importantly, the amended language states that this shall be an opt-in provision rather than an opt-out provision as the bill had been filed. That seems to make more sense. And it also provides that governing bodies of municipalities can vote to join the Communications District Planning Committee at a future time. And if the Communications District is established, they may also vote to join as well in the future. So is there a second on, well, I seriously messed up, okay? All right. I forgot that I was supposed to offer this and then ask for a second, so let me back up. So I'd like to offer this amendment. Is there a second? Representative Colby seconds it.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't need to repeat my little explanation. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to say with regards to the amendment? Representative Grund?
The one thing I'd like to say is thank you for making it opt-in.
Further Representative Walker?
Yeah, it's just a little typographical here. You mentioned that it's in italicized and bold, or governing bodies of a county. Should it say governing bodies of a county in the other paragraph that's being changed? Because I was told by my county commissioners that a county is not a municipality.
Yes, so just to be clear, it's governing bodies of two or more municipalities. That's the language that's already in statute, and the whole purpose of the bill is that the governing body of a county might also initiate this study committee. So that was the whole purpose of the bill. So that's why that you see both of those provisions, that two or more municipalities may form this communications district planning committee, or a second option would be that the governing body of a county, meaning the commissioners, could also stand up the planning committee. That was the whole premise of the bill, is to enable at the county level this to be done. Further questions or comments or debate? So the motion before us right now is to accept Amendment 2025-0561H to House Bill 569. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. So the vote being 18-0 on Amendment 2025-0561H is accepted. Do I have a motion on the bill? Representative Colby,
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
do I have a second? Representative Stavis seconds that. Would you like to speak to the bill with amendment?
Sure. I think with the amendment, this bill will formally allow municipalities and counties to engage in planning discussions for purposes of pooling resources and buying power to achieve common goals in the areas of both broadband and high-speed internet access.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 569. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Laurel, Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 569 is ought to pass with amendment. Yep. I'm thinking, yeah. I'm trying to go slow so I don't mess up. So without objection, that will go on to the consent calendar. And Representative Colby, would you like to author the committee report?
Sure.
Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 569 is now closed. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 643 FN, expanding the number of Grafton County Commissioners. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL on HB 643 FN.
Is there a second? Representative Murphy.
I second that.
Thank you. Representative Murphy seconds that motion. Discussion? Oh, sorry. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Stavis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This was another bill where the sponsor didn't take the time to show up to explain the thinking behind this bill. But even in his absence, we can say that it is an unconstitutional bill in that it levies a charge that wasn't in existence before. It's going to cost the state money that the state just doesn't have.
Further comments, discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 643 FN. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 643 FN is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, that will go on to the House consent calendar. And the committee report will be written by?
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's
Oh.
an FN, so doesn't it have to go on the regular calendar?
That is correct. Yes. So, all right. Thank you for pointing that out. So, and Representative Stavis will write the report. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 643 FN is now closed. Stavis, and that's, so you got regular, right? Okay. Okay. 125. Okay. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 125 relative to electing Stratford County Commissioners at Large. Do I have a motion? Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Do you have a motion?
Thank you. Regarding HB 125, I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Walker seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Frocht?
Certainly. This bill is relative to electing Stratford County Commissioners at Large, and it is not consistent with the way the rest of the county commissioners are elected in the rest of the state. Therefore, it should be ITL'd.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 125. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 125 is inexpedient to legislate, and since there's no fiscal note, that will go on to the consent calendar without objection. And Representative Frocht, would you like to write the committee report?
I'd be very happy to. Thank you.
And with that, the executive session on House Bill 125 is now closed. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 544 local relative to an optional local public safety assessment on certain room occupancies.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion.
Yes, you may.
I move HB 544 local as inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Franz seconds that. Representative Gilman, would you like to speak to your motion?
Let's see. Part of it is that there isn't really a way for the municipalities to be sure of what's happening. There was no explanation of who's tracking short-term rentals or if they even fall under this. Weren't really sure how the overnight stays were burdening the property taxes of the towns that the properties are in. And what happens for towns that have water sewer enterprise funds, how that $2 would be divided up amongst the funds. And that's it.
Thank you. Is there further comments or discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 544 local. If you are in favor of this motion, you'll vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 544 local is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, the recommendation will go on the House consent calendar And the committee report will be written by Representative Gilman. Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 544 local. So the next bill that we're going to exec has an amendment associated with it. So see if you can locate that. That would be number 652. Okay. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 247 local, authorizing municipalities to hold a referendum on whether to allow historic horse racing. At this time, I would like to offer Amendment 2025-0652H to House Bill 247 local. Is there a second?
Madam Chairwoman, I second the motion, or the recommendation, rather.
Thank you. Representative Majori seconds the motion to accept this amendment. So this amendment addresses feedback that we received during the hearing on this bill. And as you recall, there was a concern to insert the provision for those operations which were eligible to hold a license, but the license yet not had been issued. So there were two places in the bill as filed where that provision needed to be inserted, and the language in the amendment provides for that, for those operations. Is there discussion on this? Okay. Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0652H to House Bill 247 local. If you are in favor of the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion to accept the amendment, Amendment 2025-0652H, passes with a vote of 18-0. Do I have a further motion? Yes. Oh, Representative Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass as amended on HB 247 local.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Who's that? Representative Gilman, thank you. Is there Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a version of a bill that came to our committee in the last session and was not successful, and I'm happy to have it again. this time to look at. Communities like mine in Lebanon now have a casino that had we had this option in place, we probably wouldn't have the casino right now. I think that it is only prudent to give residents the option of having a referendum on whether they want these establishments in their communities or not.
Further discussion? Comments? So I support the motion, the bill as amended, because it provides an opt-in provision that is similar that we have currently in statute with regards to Keno. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 247 local. If you are in favor of that motion, you'll vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you'll vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 247 local is ought to pass with amendment. And without objection, that recommendation will go on to the House calendar. And who will write the committee report? Representative Stavis. Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 247 local. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 123 relative to yield taxes. Let me read the bill. Sorry. That's House Bill 123, enabling municipalities to tax standing wood and timber on land used for carbon sequestration. At this time, I would like to offer Amendment 2025-0654H to House Bill 123. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Karasinski seconds that. So this amendment here is one of many, and it's the last one. And what this amendment does is it cleans up some definitions that need to be part of this legislation. It also puts the provision for carbon sequestration under 79:3. And it also provides some other parameters with regards to the carbon sequestration of timber. So, discussion on this particular amendment. Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. You know, I'm looking at I'm looking at the audience, see a few smiles out there. This is a very serious issue, but one that was new to several members here. So it took a while. The learning curve seemed to be steep for all of us, whether you've been here a long time or not. This was something that was new. I think it should have gone to Ways and Means, but we had that discussion tongue in cheek, but seriously also. Hopefully it is going to go there as a second committee, because I think that's where it belongs. But one of the primary reasons why I'm going to vote in favor of the amendment is really speaks to the bill and the issue at large, which is that these revenues really need to be captured by the local communities up there who are otherwise hurting. We are at a time right now where those revenues are being lost. They're being sold to other states, or maybe just an other state, California. Where these credits are being sold to another state who are reaping the benefits of our good stewardship. I think that those revenues should be captured by the state of New Hampshire. And for those reasons, I can recommend, or I can support the recommendation of the amendment. Thank you.
Further comments? So I have a few comments, and so this legislation before us involves the timber tax, which we already have. And as we know, the timber tax is assessed on timber when it is cut for sale. So the assessment is, it's a yield tax, and this is not a new tax, because under the carbon sequestration program, the timber is being sold. However, it's not being cut. So in my mind, it's very clear that this is not a new tax. What's new is it's a new way to sell the timber. Therefore, it's appropriate that this yield tax be assessed for trees that have been sequestered for the carbon credits. This is an important issue. It's a new issue that the states need to address through legislation and through policy. And it's my understanding that the prime sponsor and other legislators and other individuals in the state have been working on this issue for many years. So while this bill comes before us here and now in this legislative session, this is something that people have been looking into, thinking about, discussing. And there was a bill last year that established a carbon registry, and this would be a second piece of legislation to address the issue that this bill seeks to, I guess, solve. And to be clear, we heard during the hearings, we heard testimony that as a result of carbon sequestration program, that municipalities are the revenue, because of the fact that this timber is being locked up in these contracts for carbon credits, that it is greatly affecting the timber industry and the harvesting. And a large percentage of New Hampshire is forested, and the timber industry is an important industry in our state. And we need to address this here and now and not kick this can down the road any further. I feel I've worked very closely with the prime sponsor and other representatives as this bill has been worked on since the hearing. And I am confident in the language that is before us today in this amendment, and I fully support it. And for those who are concerned that it might not be on target, I would say that, like any legislation that is brand new, there's always the opportunity for a housekeeping bill in a subsequent year. And to reiterate, I'm very confident in what this amendment in this bill would do, and I think it's important for the state of New Hampshire and our citizens. Further comments? Okay. So, I'm sorry, Representative Grund.
So I'll be brief, but I want to say I appreciate everything you said, Madam Chairwoman. I agree with where you were going with that, and I have gone back and forth, and I have struggled with this one for multiple weeks as I've talked to many people, and I kept going back to, the effect on our industry. Looking at when you look at business, you look at what's a taxable event and what triggers those things, and understanding the timber industry, starting to understand a little bit more about how carbon sequestration falls under. I feel like it's created that event, so it falls under that yield tax about the timber. So I do support the amendment in the bill.
Further comments or discussion? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to thank the Speaker, I guess, for sending this bill to our committee, because it's really kind of expanded our horizons and made us stretch intellectually in ways that we don't normally have to. And I really do appreciate that.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept the Amendment 2025-0654H to House Bill 123. If you are in favor of this amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Amendment 2025-0654H to House Bill 123 is accepted with a vote of 18-0. So the chair, do I have another motion? So the chair motions ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 123. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman McDonald seconds that motion. I don't feel that I need to reiterate anything that I said. Does anybody else have anything else that they would like to add? Seeing none, the motion before us ought to pass with amendment to House Bill 123. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 123 is ought to pass with amendment. Without objection, that committee recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar, and the Representative Power will author the committee report. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 123. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 554, enabling municipalities to choose whether or not to place political advertising on municipal property. Representative Gerard is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer amendment number 2025-0570H.
Is there a second? Representative Murphy.
Thank you,
seconds
Madam
that.
Chair. I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative Gerard, would you like to speak to your motion to accept the amendment?
Yes, I would. As when we had the hearing a few weeks ago, some of the questions that came up was who was going to be able to oversee where the signs would be placed, and there was also questioning as far as electioneering. So working with Representative Murphy, and also I spoke with the prime sponsor of the bill, they were comfortable with the amendment that was being offered, which would basically allow the municipalities to make their own decision whether they allow or disallow the signs is based upon local ordinance at that point. And the only part with the electioneering that got put in there was just so that way the municipality didn't decide to put something where they're not supposed to put it. So that way we make sure we follow all the rules.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just noticed this sitting here for the last 10 minutes. The use of the words local sign ordinances, typically signs are regulated under zoning ordinances in towns that have zoning ordinances. And correct me if I'm wrong, but zoning only regulates private real property. I don't think zoning ordinances regulate municipal property. And so I don't think that's correct language.
Further comments? Representative Walker.
In Rochester, we have a signed ordinance that's in the zoning ordinances. It's part of the site plan review. And so this is basically what we're doing in Rochester. We mimic the state law, so they don't allow any in Rochester except on private property. But this would change that.
Further comments? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the ordinance that's being referred to here, or could be referred to here, is one set by the governing body. For example, Exeter has an ordinance to deal with parking, a winter parking ban, or what parks can and can't have dogs, and this would fit into that, I believe. Excuse me, where signs can and can't be placed, and in fact, we also have something in our ordinance about that.
Additional discussion? Representative Elward?
Yes, in our town, they're governed under our zoning ordinance. So the zoning ordinance governs personal real property, not municipal property. So I have trouble with the phrase and I can't support the amendment.
Further comments? Representative Fracht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Elward is in fact correct in that municipal governments, state government, federal government are exempt from all local zoning unless the property is used for commercial purposes. Pretty sure about that.
Further comments? I have a comment, and it's similar to Representative Walker's. My understanding that this amendment would simply codify the fact that municipalities can establish where or where not signs, political signs can be placed. I know that in the town that I live in, they currently do that with regards to political signs. They have a local ordinance that says you can put them here, but you can't put them over here. So to me, this is not changing the statute that much, except for saying specifically that municipalities can make these determinations, and we have this in writing within the law. So I support this amendment. Further comments? Representative Elward?
In response to your comment, you said that you have an ordinance that says the signs can be placed here or there. Are you referring to here and there as real property or municipal property?
It's municipal property, is my understanding.
Thank you.
Further discussion or comments? Representative Grund?
So in our town as well, under our zoning, we do have a sign ordinance of where it's permitted to place signs on town property, and it particularly says where you cannot as well. And it's any sign, so there doesn't hurt the First Amendment rights. But it does just specify where you can and cannot, so it does exactly what this is talking about.
Further comments? Okay. Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0570H to House Bill 544. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
No.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
No.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karazinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Amendment 2025-0570H to House Bill 554 is accepted with a vote of 16-2. Do I have a motion? Representative Gerard.
I'd like to make a motion of OTPA for House Bill 554.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Murphy is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second that motion.
Thank you. Representative Gerard, would you like to speak to your motion?
I just believe that this is going to help municipalities to be able to fall under the First Amendment. Again, last fall, we were one of the communities that were cited as from the AG's office that we weren't allowed to be able to put municipal signs on a municipal property where we had been doing it. So this is hopefully just to try to clarify what we were already doing in our community.
Further discussion or comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 554. If you're in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 554 is ought to pass with amendment without objection. The recommendation will go on the House consent calendar. And Representative Gerard, would you like to write the committee report? Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 554 is now closed. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 512 FN relative to preventing municipal employees from being paid under multiple municipal contracts simultaneously. Do I have a motion? Representative Murphy is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion for HB 5112 FN to be ITL.
Do I have a second? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you. Representative Stavis seconds that. Representative Murphy, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were a couple of things. One, the prime sponsor was not there, and which is a big deal for me. And the other part of it is it would limit, especially school districts, sharing superintendents and other personnel that they may see fit between the two districts. And also some towns also share town clerks and what have you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion or comments? Seeing none. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 512 FN. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 512 FN is inexpedient to legislate. That will not go onto the House calendar because that has a fiscal note. So it will go on to the regular calendar. And who will write the report? Representative Murphy.
Madam Chair, I'll write that report.
Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 512 FN is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 562 relative to the filing of vacant positions on elected municipal boards and school boards. Do I have a motion? Representative Karasinski is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to ITL House Bill 562.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Representative Majori seconds that motion. Representative Karasinski, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this proposed bill would handcuff the authorized board or the appointing board in the case of filling a vacancy. I could see where they might not even consider somebody that's ran in the last 3 elections because that wouldn't open up the requirement that they offer it to the runner-up in one of the previous elections. And if that person is a fringe type candidate, they might not be able to have the person that might be best suited to fill the position for the town or school district. Thank you.
Further comments or discussion, Representative Grund?
Thank you. So the other piece, and I appreciate to me, the will of the voter is the will of the voter at the time of a vote, not 3 years afterwards. The other piece is it never addressed cooperative school districts. So if that falls under RSA 671:33, 4, and that has to do with, so in my town, we actually had this happen. So Hegan School District, Amherst has 5 school board members. Mount Vernon has 2. 1 resigned from Mount Vernon. 1 person from Mount Vernon cannot choose the other appointee, so it goes to the Board of Selectmen. This does not address that at all.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And the question also came up, what happens if there was a tie in one of those elections? Who would it go to? There was no answer to that question either. So there are mechanic, which has happened. You're well aware of it. So there are, I get what the sponsor is trying to do. I certainly get what he's trying to do, but the mechanics of this bill don't get him there. Thank you.
Further comments? I would agree that the bill is not ready for prime time. There's a lot of technical issues that weren't perhaps thought of and addressed. So I support the recommendation of ITL. Additional comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 562. If you're in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 562 is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, that recommendation, without it, I thought you were objecting. Without objection, that recommendation will go onto the House consent calendar, and Representative Karasinski will write the committee report. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 562. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 490 relative to indemnification from municipalities adopting policies to address homelessness. Do I have a motion? Representative Germana.
I move ITL on HB 490.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Walker seconds that motion. Representative Germana, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. Well, I think we can all appreciate the issue that this is trying to help with the homelessness crisis that we have here in New Hampshire. I think taking it to the point of no liability for the municipalities is just going a bit kind of too far, and there's some circumstances, especially when you get into intention and what's intentional and not, which is why I'm moving for ITL.
Thank you. Is there further comments or discussion? So a concern that I have with this is whenever this would fall under the realm of public safety, and also there may be health concerns related to this type of legislation. And as legislators, whenever that comes into play, we should be mindful and take note. And like Representative Germana said, that I feel that this goes a step too far. So I will be supporting the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Further comments? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I found myself wondering, as I thought about this bill, what other classes of people cannot sue a municipality if they have been harmed by that municipality. And it seemed to me that at the end of the day, this is a discriminatory bill.
Further comments or discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 490. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 490 is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, that recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Germana, would you like to offer the committee report? Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 490 is now closed. The chair now opens the executive session on House Bill 668 FN Local, authorizing municipalities to hold a referendum to rescind the licenses of historic horse racing facilities. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chairman, I move for ITL.
Do I have a second? Representative
I'll second it.
Majori seconds that. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. We voted on HB 247L, which does a process to get approved for the horse racing. And I think consideration should be given if once a company does that and spends $100,000 or $1 million putting up a casino, there should be some safe check or specific guidelines how that license could be rescinded. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Further comments? Discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us, it is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 668 FN Local. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 668 FN Local is inexpedient to legislate. That bill will need to go on to the regular calendar because that is a fiscal note. And Representative McDonald, will you write the committee report?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 668 FN Local. So at this point in time, that concludes our publicly noticed business for today. And I do have our favorite afternoon announcements. So a House session has been scheduled for Thursday, March 6th. And I would ask you to please hold open Monday, March 10th for executive sessions only because we just concluded all our public hearings for the 60 bills plus one non-germane amendment that had been referred to this committee. Yay. So Monday, March 10th, that's will be for executive sessions only, and notably, this date will become official once it's been scheduled and publicly noticed, which I plan to do by noon on Wednesday. Representative State, I have a few more announcements, but did you have something? Okay. Additionally, committee reports are due for me by noon to the committee services staff. So while I know that that is not, does not give everybody 48 hours exactly, if at all possible, if you could get your committee reports to me so that I could submit that, that would be much appreciated. And, okay, one other thing with regards to amendments. So I would kindly ask as a reminder, if you plan to request an amendment from OLS, please let me know before you make that request, not after. And the reason I specify that is because there may be other members of this committee who have the same idea. And so I just want to make sure that we're not submitting the same amendments and utilizing the resources of OLS. So those are the only announcements that I have. And Representative Staves, did you have a question later? Any other questions? Okay, well, seeing none, the meeting of Municipal and County Government Committee is now adjourned. Thank you and have a great week and see you on Thursday.